Is your intention to just this line very recently done?
Yeah. Not the whole thing. I think that we spoke to the humanity that we did the first one. I think that's as much as you're responding to my intention is for it to be very calm. Also, it's more than hoping facilitate actions. That's something that should. Not terribly one. Not terribly one. Whether or not it's reliable.
There's two historical.
If I say, offering sacrifice, I'm not going to do that.
I have a
exactly.
Absolutely.
My hope here is to cultivate parasites. That's the second step. Historically accurate.
terribly.
Yes. But so your voice possibly what it would be like at the big judge, right? There would be sacrifices and music together. We're not actually doing sacrifices. We are actually doing music.
So I know the aspect of that show she's going down to the aircraft and taking her to actually.
Oh, yeah.
So which is
Like that is
what is this about?
at some other moment I'll tell you about the street of not so good at it. But so it is that's really using music to facilitate. Yes. Consciousness never mind that right, but like cultivating the sense.
Sure. You're just trying to create
And so that's your business coming into Missouri. All right, you feeling ready?
Yeah.
All right, good. Get the pulse on, and well, people will come.
Yeah. If you go.
But for Yom Kippur, they'll come.
And for a ball game in the middle of nowhere,
We talking about me or her? I sit up here because if I'm not up here, then I get distracted. All right. Shutter, yes, that's right.
Like the paper pen. I had those jackets. We've got the renovation going on at the house, so I don't know where it is. So it's pretty. But it's perfect. I forgot it. How's it going? It's good. It's not very strong. I can be there.
That's too bad. That's really the problem. It's about 15 years, right? So I'm meeting that shift now.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
So I was in the front desk and I was like, done with this thing I get going. And so the waitress is kind of for you. And so she's like, she said, well, and she's like, I don't know, 15 years. She's like, really representative. I'm not kidding. I mean, I was just like, thing on my experience. Just like, I'm like, well, I'm volunteering. And that's it. What she said. I mean, I get around there. I don't like providing by myself. I don't know. I'm just assuming that the non-teaching staff is going to show me that's what a little bit better. And, so something like that, right? Just work out, once you whatever you want. He was the AC didn't know either. I might have got a lot better because I was quarantined. So I was supposed to land in New York. And he's in the hospital. And he's teaching it. And we
Yeah, just ask anybody who seems to be reading things downstairs. There's the capture in the rabbi's office. Capture in the rabbi's office.
that's how they go find that.
I've taken many fine maps there myself.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, by the time comes, what's your name?
Baruch Rachman.
Baruch Rachman? All right, Baruch Rachman, this is Wendy. She is also full of Rachman. Yeah, she can point you to a good habitat, the only habitat.
The only cat.
The only cat.
I told.
I have matches.
It's all.
Yes, it is, we've all, we all. Many of us have napped.
Just let it release.
I think so. All right, I wish you Hatzlacha in letting all of this turmoil settle down.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm sitting here right now, and you guys want me to just like soaking in the life of these beautiful players, you know.
But you also have to soak in and squeeze out. If you're
I'll
going
do that. One thing at a time.
One thing at a time. All right. So, good morning, friends. Good morning. So, as is a well-known fact, bodies travel faster than souls. And perhaps you've been running around getting a kashrut organized someplace, or you've been running to get here, or wondering where do I put my talis, or I'm going to be late. That's okay. All the running around, right? We can push our bodies to get somewhere, but our soul travels at soul speed. There's only one gear, and it travels at the speed it wants to. So I want to invite us first and foremost to just take a moment and get recombobulated. Sometimes we get discombobulated when we're running around. This is a moment to get recombobulated. So I want to invite you to just, as you get your talis on, as you feel comfortable, to simply sit and just feel yourself sitting. Feel how wonderful. There's this chair underneath you holding you up. That's great. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to rush. You don't have to. The chair is just going to do its work. unless the chair breaks under you, which is always a possibility in this building, but I think we're okay, at least for another year, right? Feel the seat underneath you. Feel the back against your back. Feel the floor on your feet. And just feel yourself being held in this space. And I invite you, as you're comfortable, to take 3 deep breaths in. Give your nefesh, give your soul, give your breath a chance to catch up with your lungs. Zachary will begin us with a nigun to help us settle in. And then, Zachary, when you're ready to move from nigun, we will continue with Elohai Neshama, for the soul the Holy One has given us is pure, on page 35. The only one we've got here, this nice 10. Oh, that's not going to be the one you want. No, that's the one. 35. The blessings of our body, on page 37.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan l'sefli bina l'achim ben yom u'ben layla.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asani b'tzalmo.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asani Yisrael.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asani ben chorim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, pokei achivrim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, malbish arumim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, matir asurim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, zokeh kefufim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, rokaret al hamayim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asa li kol tzorkim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, hamechim mitzadei gaver.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, ozer Yisrael b'gvura.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, oter Yisrael b'tifara.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, hanoten lo yo'ef koach.
Amen.
Baruch ותננו היום ובכל יום לכנו לחסד ורחמים עיניך ועיני חורוינו ותגמלנו לחסדים טובים ברוך אתה אדוני באופן חסדים טובים לעמו ישראל.
Amen. We turn ahead to page 44, Psalm 27, the psalm for the season.
לדוד הנאורי ואישי ממהרה אחת שאלתי מת אדוני אותה אבקש אחת שאלתי מת אדוני אותה אבקש שבתי בבית אדוני כל ימי חיי לחצות בנועם בנועם אדוני ולבקר בהיכלו לחצות בנועם בנועם אדוני ולבקר בהיכלו.
Turn ahead to page 47, Baruch She'amar. Blessed is the one who spoke and the world came into being.
Baruch Shamar Vaya Olam, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hu, Sefer Shiri, Baruch Hu, Yachid Cheolamim, Melech Mishubach Mefar, Leviat Shema Gadol, Baruch Ata Adonai, Melech Melal, Vatishbachol.
Amen. Turn ahead to page 56, Psalm Ki Le'elam Chasto.
Hodul Adonai Ki Tov, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Hodul Elokei HaElohim, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Hodul Adonai HaAdonim, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Le'oseh niflaot Gedolot Levado, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Le'oseh Hashamayim Bitvona, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Le'roka ha'aretz al hamayim, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Le'oseh orim gedolim, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Et Hashem Shemet Bayom, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Et Hareach V'chol Havim Le'memshelut Balayla, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Le'makeh Mitzrayim B'forehem, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Vayotze Yisrael mitocha, Ki Le'olam Chasto, B'yad chazaka u'b'zro'a nituya, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Le'gozer Yamsuf Ligzarim, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Ve'ever Yisrael betocho, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Ve'ni'er Paro Bechelo Ve'yamsuf, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Le'molichamo b'midbar, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Le'makeh melachim gedolim, Ki Le'olam Chasto, Vayarok melachim
On that psalm for a moment, Psalm 136, what it is a recounting of history from a very particular perspective. At the end of every event, saying, for the divine mercy endures forever. Ki le'olam chasdo. And I invite you to wonder, as we move forward in the liturgy, how you would live your life if your goal was to have somebody sing this about you. We're invited to live in God's ways, to walk in the divine path. And I like to think, but maybe not, that everyone would be like, oh, Brent, yes, his mercy is forever. And I'm not trying to say I'm like God, but I like the idea of living in such a way, right, that if somebody says, oh, you know Brent Spodek? Oh, yeah. He's such a nice guy. He's so kind. He's so merciful. I'm not sure that's what everyone always says, but as an ambition, it feels like that might be a good direction to live our lives. So I invite you to contemplate of the thoughts you've had just this morning, of the thoughts you've had since sunset last night. If your goal was to have people sing, oh, Risa, her mercy endures forever. Oh, Laura, her kindness is felt in all places. What would you do different? How would you carry yourself differently? What stories would you tell about yourself and others differently? Perhaps, one day we will be lucky enough to have somebody sing to us, maybe not a whole song, that's a high bar. But once for somebody to say, oh, yeah, Julie Meslin, her mercies endure forever. She's just awesome. And if we could live that way to get one shout out like that, we might be doing something right this year. With that, we'll continue on page 63 with Psalm 150.
Hallelujah, 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 because show, hallelujah, ki avuzo, hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Continue now with Nishmat on page 67.
נשמת כל חי תברך את שמך אדוני אלוהינו. מי ידמלך ומי ישתלך ומי יערוך לך אל הגדול יבוא כנורא אל עליון קונה שמיים וארץ יעלך נשבך כנפארך ונברך את שם קודשך כאמור לדוד ברכי נפשי את אדוני בכל קרבי את שם קודשו האל בתעצומות עוזך הגדול בכבוד שמך הגיבור לנצח והנורא ונוראותיך.
Top of page 69.
ובלשון חסידים תתחדש, ובקרב קדושים תתעלה, ובמקלות רבבות עמך בית ישראל. להודות, להלל, לשבח, לפאר, לרומם, להדר, לברך, ולקלט, על כל דברי שר ותשבחות, דוד בן ישי, עבדך ישתבח שמך לעד מלכנו. ברכות והודעות מטבי העולם, ברוך אתה אדוני אל מלך גדול ותשבחות, אל ההודעות אדון הנפלאות, הבוחר בשירי זמרה, מלך אלפי העולמים.
Chatzi Kaddish, and on the bottom of page 70.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, ועלמא דברה גאותה, וימליך מלכותה, וחייכון ביום נכון, ובחייך בית ישראל, בגלה בזמן קריב אמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מברך, לעולם לעלמך הזמניה, יתברך וישתבח, ויפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתעלה, שמי לקודשה ברכו. לילה, לילה, ניקו ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירן מעלמה, ואמרו אמן.
So, seems like it might be a good moment to talk about food, because I'm hungry, and perhaps you are too. And that's good, right? Eating is one of those key things we do. If we don't do it, we die. But today, in general, we don't do it, unless we do. And here's the deal with fasting, I think. In the words of Walt Whitman, I am large, I contain multitudes. I have within myself, and we all do inside of ourselves, all different desires, impulses, needs, right? And at any given moment, any one of those has the internal steering wheel. If you, God, I'm forgetting.
Inside Out?
Thank you. Perfect. All right. So if you, it's like a mind meld over here. So if you know the movie Inside Out, it's an amazing Pixar movie. But even if you're not watching it with your kids, it's worth seeing. And it basically animates the interior life of an individual. And in this individual, there is like a little anger, a little fear, a little joy. I forget what they all were. And at any given moment, any one of them is taking the internal steering wheel of the main character. And we've all got them too. They're not necessarily as well animated, but they're there. And one of the most liberating things that we encounter in life is recognizing that we can exercise some control over who gets the wheel, right? And I didn't really realize this was something that we did until I started sitting meditation retreats. And some of the foundational instruction is to simply notice your thoughts arising, but recognizing that you don't have to think every thought that arises. You can notice a thought, a feeling, an impulse arise, and notice like, oh, there's annoyance. Cool. Invite it to come and sit down, and go on and do something else. I say that like it's super easy. It's not. It's incredibly difficult. But actually, we have all done this, right? If you have ever, I'll use an example from my life, seen a plate of chocolate chip cookies and had the desire, the impulse to say, those look great, I'll take all of them. And then another voice came and said, maybe just one, right? That actually is part of your consciousness exercising some control, some mastery over other parts of your consciousness. At other moments, in all sorts of circumstances, we don't exercise that control. We lose our temper, right? We literally lose it, right? We don't exercise that control. And that's okay too, depending on what the consequences are, right? But within Jewish thought, there is this foundational idea, Ezehu Gibor, Misha Kovesh et Yetzro. Who is mighty? Who is a hero? Right? It's not Samson. It's not, somebody who's lifting weights. It's somebody who can master their impulses. For most of us, right, this day, what we abstain from this day, on this day, are the seats of our deepest impulses for most of us. We abstain from food and water and sex. We abstain from power, right? We don't wear leather, which is why I'm rocking these awesome white Crocs that come out once a year, right? We don't exercise our power over other beings. Food, sex, and power. There might be other strong desires that people have, but those three, make up the big ones. And so today, we are in an environment, a social environment. We're in a synagogue. We're surrounded by people. We have a whole liturgical framework telling us, don't eat. Today is the day to refrain from eating. I want to submit that what's actually important about that is not the not eating, and definitely not the not getting caught eating, right? In the same way that if I eat all of that plate of cookies in the closet by myself, I've still eaten that whole plate of cookies. The point here isn't eating or not eating, right? The point is gaining some mastery over our impulses and having compassion for ourselves when we slip, which we will, okay? So I invite you today to be aware of what you do with those impulses. For some folks, right, it can be just a burden, and all day, I'm so hungry, I've got a headache, I didn't eat, why can't I slack my bed to get a cookie? If I go down with the kids, maybe one of the kids will leave a cookie behind, and I can eat half a cookie, it won't really count like eating. Don't bother. Just eat the cookie. Or don't. But the importance of what this day is about, the importance of what this practice is about, is saying, how do we gain a little bit more self-mastery over our impulses? And these impulses aren't evil. Eating isn't evil. Sex isn't evil. Even power in right usage isn't evil. But how do we gain mastery over those? Okay? Today is a day to practice, and it's a practice having mastery over our impulse to eat. And if at some point you say, I need to eat, I'm not feeling well, I need to take this medicine, it's not where I'm at. Go eat. Don't eat furtively in the corner like you're a sewer rat. Go and eat. But the essence of that is being engaged with and engaging some mastery over your impulses. If you find yourself wanting to eat in the closet because you're ashamed of it, maybe that's a moment to say, oh, all right, I'm really having a hard time with this. Do I want to stretch a little bit? Because it doesn't matter if you eat, but it does matter if the next time your spouse pisses you off and you start shouting at them because that impulse arises. Is there a little part of it that says, oh, wait, I can exercise some mastery here. I can notice I'm having that impulse to shout at my spouse, to yell at the kid, to flip off the driver in the next lane. And let some of those other little awesomely animated characters inside of us say, actually, maybe, put the bird down, put the cookie down, take a breath. It's okay. So my invitation to you is if you're going to fast, fast. If you're going to eat, eat. But whatever it is you're going to do today with your impulses, do it with integrity, do it with compassion, and do it with a sense of progress. Do it with a sense of, I can do it a little bit more. I can do it a little bit more. If we can bring that intention to eating today, it might set us up well to bring that intention to our relationships tomorrow, and in what I'm coming to think of as Tishrei, Relational Intelligence Awareness Month. If we can bring that intention to our eating today, perhaps we can bring it to our relationships tomorrow. And if we can do that, perhaps we'll have slightly less to repent for next Yom Kippur. With that, we continue with the Baruch Hu on page 71. I invite you to rise.
Baruch Hu et Adonai HaMorah. Baruch Hu Adonai HaMorah Le'olam Vaed. Baruch Adonai HaMorah Le'olam Vaed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hapoteach lanu sharei rachamim umeir einei hamchakim l'slichato. Yotzer oru v'orech choshech v'oseh shalom u'borei et hakol. Or olam v'tzar chayim orot me'ofel amar vayehi.
We continue in the middle of page 72 with El Baruch.
El Baruch Gadol De'ai V'chazor Echama. Yibarach Adonai Moshe b'masei yadecha v'al or shasita yibaruch hasela.
Going ahead to page 75.
Yibarach Tzurenu Magen Go'aleinu. Kulam ahuvim, kulam berurim, kulam giborim, v'kulam osim b'malgira v'tzon koram. וכולם פותחים את פיהם בקדושה בתורה, בשירה וזמרה, מברכים ומשבחים, ומפארים ומעריצים, ומכפישים וממליכים, את שם האל המלך הגדול, הגיבור והנורא הקדוש הוא. וכולם מקבלים עליהם עול מלכות שמיים זה מזה, ונותנים רשות זה לזה, להקדיש ליוצרם מנחת רוח. וצפה ורבובה ובינימה קדושה, כולם כחרונים, ואומרים דירה, קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות, מלוך כל הארץ כבודו. והאופנים וחיות הקודש ברעש גדול, מתנשאים ומצרפים, לעומתם משבחים ואומרים, ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו, לאל ברוך ממות יצאנו. המחדש בטבו בכל ימים מעשה בראשית, כאמור לשרים גדולים כי לעולם חסדו, אור חדש על ציון תאיר, ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו. ברוך אתה אדוני יוצר המאורות. כי אל כל ישועותיך, ובנו בחרת מכל העם בלשון, וקראתנו לשמך הגדול, סלע באמת, להודות לך ולייחדך באהבה. ברוך אתה אדוני, הבוחר במו ישראל באהבה.
Turn to the Shema on page 77.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, Baruch Shem Kevod, Malchuto le'olam va'ed, ve'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha, בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבבך, ושיננת לבניך ודיברת בם. בשיטתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך וקשרתם לאות על ידך, והיו לתותבות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובישעריך.
Vayam Shema Tishma Mitzvotcha.
Adonai Elohim Emet. לדור ודור קיים ושמו קיים, וחיצון החור ומלכותו ואמונתו לעד קיימת. אמת שאתה אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, מלכנו מלכותינו, גואלנו מעל אבותינו, יוצרנו צור ישועתנו, הודינו ומצילנו מעולם שמך אין אלוהים זולתך. עזרת אבותינו אתה הוא מעולם.
Top of page 79.
תהילות לעליון ברוך הוא מבורך, משה ומרים ובני ישראל לחנו שירה בשמחה רבה ואמרו כולם, מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נדר בקודש, נורא תהילות אוסף מלך, שירה חדשה שבכל גאולים נשמחה שפת הים, יחד כולם הודו בלבו ואמרו, אדוני דוח לעולם ועד. זור ישראל, קומה בעזרת ישראל, ופדה תנומך יהודה וישראל. ועלינו אדוני צבאות שמו קדוש ישראל, וברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל.
Before we move into the silence of the Amidah, I want to
share with you the words of Rabbi Nachman, one of the Hasidic masters who I come back to again and again, and who often wrote his own prayers. He writes, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Zakeni leharbot behitbodedu tamid, ve'ezke lehiyot regil letzeit b'chol yom l'sadeh, ben elyonot ve'esavim v'chol siach hasadeh, ve'sham ezke lehitboded, uleharbot sicha zot tefila beni uvein koni. Holy One of blessing, he says, grant me the ability to be alone. May it be my custom to go outdoors each and every day among the trees and the grass, among all growing things, and there may I be alone and enter into holy seclusion to talk to the one to whom I belong. May I express there everything in my heart, and may all the foliage of the field, all the grasses, trees, and plants awake at my coming to send the power of their life into the words of my prayer, so that my prayer and speech are made whole by all the conversation of the field, through the life and spirit of all growing things, so that by way of this, my heart will be opened and my prayer will be expanded. We here are indoors, not in the forest. We're surrounded by people, not by trees. Yet our prayer remains the same. As we move into the Amidah, may we honestly express our hearts. May we feel the power of the life around us. And may we be made whole by the conversations in our hearts and in the other hearts around us. We continue with the Silent Amidah on page 213 for Yom Kippur.
Repetition for the Amidah on page 252. And I believe Cecilia's going to come and open the ark for the repetition. It's a good moment as a reminder, because I know people can get very submission about when to sit and when to stand. I'll do my best to give you instructions, but the best and most important rule of thumb is if the Aron is open and or the Torahs are out, that is a good time to show kavod, to show honor for the Torah. Standing, when the Torah sits down, which will come later during the Torah service, we sit down. There are other times, but if you stand when the ark is open, you'll avoid any major mishaps.
Sarah.
36.
ובכן לך כל יחתירו לעורף דין, לבוכי לבבות ביום דין, לגולי עמוקות בדין.
לבוכן לבבות ביום דין, לגולי עמוקות בדין.
לדור השני לעיני כל חי, להיות לכם אלוהים. אני אדוני אלוהיכם. אדיר אדוני אלוהינו, אדיר שמך בכל הארץ, ויען אדוני בכל הארץ, ויאמר יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד, ולברא קודשך כתוב לאמור, ימות אדוני אלוהים, אלוהי ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך לנצח נצחים, קדושתך נקדיש, ושבחך אלוהינו, מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד, כי המלך גדול וקדוש אתה.
Be seated. We continue on page 259 with Timloch at the top.
ותמלוך אתה מלבדך על כל מעשיך, וציון משכן כבודך, וירושלים עיר קודשך, ככתוב בדברי קודשך, ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהי ציון לדור ודור. הללויה. קדוש אתה ונורא שמך, ואין אלוהים מלבדך, ככתוב ויקבע אדוני צבאות במשפט, ואל הקדוש נקדש בצדקה. ברוך אתה אדוני המלך הקדוש. אתה בחרתנו מכל העמים, אהבת אותנו ורצית בנו, ורוממתנו מכל הלשונות, וקידשנו במצוותיך, וקרבתנו מלכנו לעבודתך, ושמך ברוך הקדוש עלינו קראת. ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו בבית יום הכיפורים הזה, את יום הכיפורים הזה, למחילה ולסליחה ולכפרה, ולמחול בו על כל עוונותינו מקרא קודש, זכר ליציאת מצרים. אלוהינו ולאבותינו יעלה ויבוא ויגיע ויראה וירצה וישמע ויפקד וייזכר זיכרוננו פקדוננו וזיכרון אבותינו וזיכרון משיח בן דוד עבדך וזיכרון ירושלים עיר קודשך וזיכרון כל עמך בית ישראל לפניך לפלטה לטובה לכן לא חסרו רחמים לחיים ולשלום ביום הכיפורים הזה. זוכרנו אדוני אלוהינו בו לטובה,
Amen.
ופוקדנו בו לברכה,
Amen.
ויושיענו בו לחיים. ובדבר ישוע רחמים חוס לפנינו, ברחם עלינו והושיענו, כי אליך עינינו, כי אל מחנון ורחום אתה.
Turn ahead to El Horeta on page 261.
אל הורית לנו לומר 13, זכור לנו היום בריך 13, כמו שהודעת לנו מקדם, כמו שכתוב, וירד אדוני בענן, ויקצה עמו שם, ויקרא בשם אדוני, ויעבור אדוני על פניו, ויקרא אדוני, אדוני, אל
Shema Kolenu. Please hear our voice on page 262. I invite you to rise as I read up.
Shema Kolenu, Adonai Eloheinu, Chus v'rachem aleinu, v'kabel b'rachamim u'b'ratzon et tefilateinu.
Shema Kolenu, Adonai Eloheinu, Chus v'rachem aleinu, v'kabel b'rachamim u'b'ratzon et tefilateinu.
Hashimeinu Adonai elecha v'nashuva, Chadesh yameinu kekedem.
Hashireinu Adonai elecha v'nashuva, Chadesh yameinu kekedem.
Al tashlichenu milpanecha, v'ruach kodshecha al tikach mimenu.
Tashlichenu milfanecha, v'ruach kodshecha al tikach mimenu.
Al tashlichenu le'eit zikna, kichlot kocheinu, al tasveinu.
Al tashlichenu le'eit zikna, kichlot kochenu al ta'azvenu.
Amarei mazir arai binaginu, yiratzon nefer b'yoyinu, l'panecha, l'rachon b'aleinu, ilach Adonai ochanu atataneh, Adonai Eloheinu. Eloheinu le'avoteinu, al tazminu v'atishenu v'achichlinu v'atenu b'richleitanu, korbeinu l'toratecha, lamimteinu mitzvotecha, oreinu b'rachecha, ha'atebeinu l'irachet shemecha, u'moled levateinu l'avatecha, v'nashuv elecha b'emet ובלבב שלם, ולמען שמך הגדול, תמחה ותסלח לעווננו, ככתוב בדברי קודשך, למען שמך אדוני, וסלחת לעווני, כי רבו. אלוהינו ולאבותינו, סלח לנו, מחל לנו, כפר לנו, כי אנו עמך ואתה אלוהינו, אנו בניך ואתה אבינו, אנו עבדיך ואתה אדוננו, אנו גאלך ואתה חלקנו, אנו נחלתך ואתה גורלנו, אנו צונך ואתה רוענו, אנו חרמך ואתה נוטרנו, אנו פעולתך ואתה יוצרנו, אנו ראיתך ואתה דודנו, אנו סגולתך ואתה קרובנו, אנו עמך ואתה מלכנו, אנו מאמירך ואתה מאמירנו. The Dewey again on the bottom of page 263. אנו אספני ואתה רחום בחנות, אנו כשיורד ואתה ערך אפיים, אנו מלאי אהבו ואתה מלא רחמים, אנו ימינך אצל עובר ואתה ושנותיך לא יטעמו. אלוהינו ולאבותינו, תעבור לפניך תפילתנו ותתעלה מתחינתנו, שאין אנחנו אספנים וכשעורף חומה לפניך, אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, צדיקים אנחנו ולא חטאנו, אבל אנחנו ואבותינו חטאנו.
Top of 264. Continue down with paragraph bet on the bottom of page 264.
אלוהינו ואבותינו, סלח ומחל עוונותינו ביום הכיפורים הזה, נחי ועבר פשענו וחטאותינו מנגד עיניך, וחופת תמצאנו להשתבד לך, והכנעה עורפנו לשוב אליך, וחדש גאולתנו לשמור תגלותך, ומול את לבבינו לבב לראות את שמך, ככתוב בתורתך, ומעל אדוני אלוהיך את לבבך ואת לבב זרעך, לאהבת אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך, למען חייך.
Continue on page 266.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך באונס וברצון, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך ממוץ הלב. על חטא על חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביצר הרע, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביודעים ובלא יודעים, ועל כולם אלוה סליחות, סלח לנו מחלנו, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בכך שבחז"ל, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בכך שוחד. על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בעיניים רמות, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בעזות מצח, ועל כולם אלוה סליחות, סלח לנו מחלנו, כפר לנו. על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בפריקת עול, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בפליגות.
continue on the bottom of page 268.
Eloheinu v'levoteinu kadeshenu b'mitzvotecha v'tein chalkeinu b'tortecha sabeinu mituvecha v'sabechein b'shvatecha v'taher le'ebeinu l'techa b'emet ki ata sochan l'Yisrael v'ochalam l'shitei shurun v'chol dor v'dor u'mi'baladecha na'anat mochav slech elata Baruch ata Adonai Melech mochav slech levanotenu v'lavonot amo beit Yisrael u'ma'avir shvateinu b'chol shana v'shana Melech ha'kol ha'aretz mekadesh Yisrael Melech ha'kol ha'aretz mekadesh Yisrael Yisrael Melech ha'kol ha'aretz mekadesh Yisrael Melech ha'kol ha'aretz mekadesh Yisrael Melech ha'kol ha'aretz mekadesh Yisrael Yom Kippurim
Amen. Continue on page 270.
Sim shalom tova ubracha Thank chesed berachamim Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol Yisrael amecha Barcheinu avinu kulanu kechad be'or panecha Ki be'or panecha natata lanu Adonai Eloheinu Sim shalom tova ubracha Chayva chesed berachamim Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol Yisrael amecha Torat chayim ve'avat chesed u'tzedaka u'veracha Verachamim v'chaim v'shalom Verachamim v'chaim v'shalom Sim shalom tova u'bracha Chayva chesed berachamim Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol Yisrael amecha V'tov b'einecha l'mamech et amcha Yisrael v'chol עת ובכל שעה בשלומך שים שלום טובה וברכה חיים חסד ברחמים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל ישראל עמך בספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסה טובה ניזכר וניכתב לפניך אנחנו וכל עמך בית ישראל לחיים טובים ולשלום ברוך אתה אדוני עושה השלום.
Continue on page 271 with our meeting Monday.
אבינו מלכנו חטאנו לפניך אבינו מלכנו אתנו מלך ולארץ אבינו מלכנו אחרי בתשובה שלמה לפניך
Avinu Malkeinu, Hachazirenu B'tshuva Shalema B'fanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, shlach refuah shlema l'chol yamecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, shlach refuah shlema l'chol yamecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, zochreinu b'zikaron tov l'fanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, zochreinu v'zikron tov l'fanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, kotveinu b'sefer chaim tovim.
Avinu Malkeinu, katveinu b'sefer chaim tovim.
Avinu Malkeinu, kotveinu b'sefer gila b'shua.
Avinu Malkeinu, katveinu b'sefer gula Yeshua.
Avinu Malkeinu, kotveinu b'sefer parnasah v'chalkala.
Avinu Malkeinu, katveinu b'sefer parnasah v'chalkala.
Avinu Malkeinu, kotveinu b'sefer zechuyot.
Avinu Malkeinu, katveinu b'sefer zechuyot.
Avinu Malkeinu, kotveinu b'sefer selicha u'mechila.
Avinu Malkeinu, katveinu b'sefer selicha u'mechila.
Avinu Malkeinu, Oneinu Vareinu. Avinu Malkeinu, Oneinu Vareinu, Ki ein lanu masim. Asei imanu, tzedakah v'chesed. Asei imanu, tzedakah v'chesed, ve'oshienu. Avinu Malkeinu, Oneinu Vareinu. Avinu Malkeinu, Oneinu Vareinu, Ki ein lanu masim. Asei imanu, tzedakah v'chesed. Asei imanu, tzedakah v'chesed, ve'oshienu.
Be seated. So there is a old Hasidic custom that Rebbes would be buried in a coffin made of their dining room table, with the idea that the merit of all of the guests that sat at that table would accompany them into the world to come. So a few years ago, when the dining room table that had been the first thing that my wife Allison's parents had bought in America when they set up their home in Vermont after fleeing Germany, And that table had been passed down from Allison's grandparents to her parents, and then from her parents down to us. And now, after 70, 80 years, that table had come to the end of its useful life, but we didn't want to simply get rid of it. I reached out to my friend Matt Harl, who has many talents, which I'll enumerate in a moment, but among them are expert craftsmanship and woodworking, and, as will become relevant in a moment, considerable knowledge of the rites and rituals around death and mourning in our tradition. And Matt turned this dining room table into a pair of coffins, a matching his and her set, that will one day, God willing, many, many years from now, be where I'll be for a very long time. And I say all of that to say that there are, I was going to say few people, but I'm hard-pressed to think of anyone who comes to life with a sense of artistry, a sense of possibility, a sense of craftsmanship, a sense of reverence, and a sense of exploration. And I am very lucky to have such a person as that in Matt Harl in my life, and this whole community is. We are, in lots of ways, an unusual small community. But one of the ways in which we are an unusual small community is that we are, to the best of my knowledge, the smallest egalitarian synagogue that fields its own Chevra Kadisha. I'm sure there are others. It's not a competition. But usually it is small Orthodox synagogues and very large progressive synagogues that can organize a Chevra Kadisha. And thanks to Matt's efforts over these last couple of years, we have here at BHA a Chevra Kadisha, a holy society that takes on the holy work of preparing our bodies for burial. It is one of the first things that a Jewish community establishes when it gets set up. There's a little bit of a gap. We have one now. And thanks to Matt, we have a active, you don't actually want your chevra to be too active, but we have a chevra that is exactly as active as it needs to be, that is capable of taking care of us in this community when the end of our life comes. And for that, we should all be very grateful to Matt Harl. And with that, I am excited and honored to call my friend Matt up to say a little bit more about the Chevra and things going on here at BHA. Mr. Harl.
Thank you, Brent. Shana Tova.
You might want to take a deliberate pause.
What?
You might want to take an atmospheric pause.
Okay, I think it's safe. I'm Matt Harl, as Brent said, and along with Jess Simkovic and many others, some of whom are here today, I run BHA Chevra Kadisha. If you know what a Chevra Kadisha is, and due to a number of factors, many people don't, you probably know that we are keepers of the age-old Jewish customs and rituals for caring for the dead. If you know a little more, you may know that the Chevra's duties traditionally also include caring for the sick and dying, as well as for their families. But I'm not here to talk about death. Chevra Kadisha, as Brent said, means holy society. And what I'd like to talk about today is community, to talk about belonging. And I will warn you that I cry at the drop of a hat, so I'm most likely going to break down. but it's just a testament to how much this does mean to me. In 2018, as a representative of the cemetery committee, I was sent to Maryland for the annual North American Hever Kadisha and Jewish Cemetery Conference. Prior to that, I had heard the term Hever Kadisha and had a general idea of what one was and did. But I had no concept of the Hever's true scope and depth. Though I didn't know what to expect from the conference, my intuition told me that something I needed was there. A sense of place and purpose that I'd been chasing since converting to Judaism in 2016. Stumbling through the open doors of the Hevra, I realized I'd finally come home. Excuse me. In its open-hearted embrace of a journey full of questions, but short on answers, and in its willingness to do so with love, respect, and kindness, the Hever, for me, embodies the true soul of Judaism. It's a threshold where the living and the dead meet to forge a holistic understanding of what it means to be mortal. A place of transition, of perpetual becoming. For me, the Hever is where Judaism makes the most sense, where I most naturally connect. Without knowing it, the Hever was the Judaism I converted to. I'm guessing there are some of you who similarly are looking for a community that celebrates life even as it acknowledges our shared mortality. A community that finds that this acknowledgement of our limitations deepens the compassion we feel for each other. My dream is that the BHA Hever Kadisha can offer that sense of belonging and compassion that I found at the conference in 2018, and that I continue to find in the community of like-minded souls, both here at BHA and in the wider Hever Kadisha community that I'm honored to be a part of. You may not feel comfortable participating in the Hever's rituals, although we're delighted to welcome those who think that they might. But I'm confident that there is a place for you within the Hevra. It may be participating in or leading one of our death cafes or ethical will workshops. It may be joining our Shroud Sewing Circle, and a shout out to Marissa Jenna for leading that. Or it may just be knowing that you're part of a deep, ancient community of souls bonded by mutual love, care, and profound respect. Not just for those who've died, but for each other in the here and now. Okay. If you want to hear more about the Hevra, please come talk to me when I've stopped tearing up. Or Jess Simkovic, or pick up one of the handouts that are at the tables downstairs and are also on the windowsill outside the sanctuary. And finally, I am very excited to tell you about the formation of the Hevra's newest venture. It's the brainchild of Sasha Stimfogel, Jess Simkovic, and myself. It's an inclusive Havara, or fellowship, called Ruach, which means wind, spirit, or breath. By inclusive, I mean that however you identify and whatever you believe, Ruach has a place for you. So please join us in the sukkah, which will be built very soon out there, on Thursday the 13th at 7 p.m. for cider, donuts, and conversation as we celebrate Ruach's debut and discuss its potential. It's a work in progress, so you can come and build it with us. Thanks for listening, and Shana Tova.
Thank you, Matt, for that. Matt said the sukkah will be built over there, as if it was going to be built by somebody other than Matt. You should have some help, but thank you for the chevra, thank you for the sukkah, and most of all, thank you for your ruach now in committee form. With that, we will move on to Kaddish Shalem on the bottom of page 272, and then from there into the Torah service. Amen. Continue with the Torah service on page 274. And those who are opening the ark and carrying the Torah, this would be a great time to make your way to the front.
En kamocha Elohim Adonai ben Yemasecha Malchutecha Malchut Kolanim Umenshaltecha Bechol Dor Vador Adonai Melech Adonai Malach Adonai Imloch Leolam Vaed Oh Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh v'norah Shemo. Gadol Adonai iti u'neromema Shemo yachtav. Lecha Adonai ha'gedula, ve'ha'gevura, ve'hatiferet, ve'hanetzach, ve'ha'od. Kirol b'shamayim u'ba'aretz, Kirol b'shamayim u'ba'aretz. Adonai ha'malacha, ve'amim na'aseh lechol rosh. Romenu, Romenu, Adonai Eloheinu, ve'ishachatu, ve'ishachatu, le'Adonai Kadoshu. Romenu, Romenu, Adonai Eloheinu, ve'ishachatu, ve'ishachatu, le'Arvot Tikadosh, 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 Adonai Eloheinu, ve'aferenu b'toratecha, ve'zalenu b'mitzvotecha, ve'yochenu le'aleinu, ve'anachal yirah shemecha, ve'lo nerosh, le'olam va'ed, ve'lo nerosh, le'olam va'ed. Ibeshem kol shemas, ha'gadol ve'hanorah ka'atafnu, na'agila le'nismecha, na'akizah nismecha l'shu'as te'ercha.
All right. So, we have a Torah reading. Zach is going to tell us about it.
So today's Torah reading begins in a little bit of a strange way. The first verse of Leviticus chapter 16, which is this morning's Torah reading, contains a very casual, offhand reference to the death of two of Aaron's sons. God spoke to Moses after the death of the two sons of Aaron who died when they drew too close to the presence of God. That's it. This event actually took place several chapters earlier. It seems odd to reference this event without going into any details, and without referencing it again at any point later in the Torah reading. On the one hand, this reading serves to emphasize the seriousness and solemnity of the day. Some of the liturgy is scary. Some of the ideas we have about God can be intimidating or alienating and can make us feel uncomfortable approaching God or journeying through the liturgy. We laugh oftentimes at the image of God striking us with a bolt of lightning if we do something wrong, but there are pieces of Yom Kippur that may feel that way, actually. And the story that this Torah reading offhandedly references may not at first glance help with that feeling. It might lean into it more than we find comforting. But this Torah reading actually has a critical and deeply positive message. It's subtle, but in the second and third verses of this reading, an important shift takes place. Verse 2 places limitations on when Aaron the high priest can come into God's presence. We understand from this verse and from the reference to the story of Nadav and Avihu in verse 1 that God's presence can indeed be dangerous. But in verse 3, we hear God begin to describe when Aaron is required to come into God's presence. Bizot yavo Aharon, in this way Aaron shall enter. We hear of a circumstance where God welcomes Aaron into God's presence and where the distance between human and divine is at its smallest. This day is, of course, Yom Kippur. And since we live now in a world where the temple no longer exists, and where we all make atonement for ourselves rather than the high priest doing so on our behalf, the opportunities extended to the high priest on Yom Kippur in those days are available to the rest of us today. On Yom Kippur, therefore, we are invited into God's presence. This Torah reading is an invitation to think of Yom Kippur as an opportunity. This day doesn't need to be about a God waiting to lash out at us for every mistake. This can be the day where the gates of heaven are open to us, and where we are invited to draw near. Today, we get to approach God and have a conversation. How can we make the most of this opportunity? What is it we want to say, to ask? As we continue to move through the service, I would encourage everyone to make sure you're taking advantage of what this day can offer. What from the liturgy or your theology or your relationships, either with God or with other people, is speaking to you today? And what are you saying back? We are instructed today to approach God. My prayer is that we all find ways to make it worth our while today. Gemar Chatima Tova. The Torah reading for Yom Kippur morning, Leviticus chapter 16, can be found in the Machzor beginning on page 278.
In the Machzor, the Torah reading is on page 278, Leviticus chapter 16, verse 1.
ישי בן גיד ובשל עלייה ראשונה, ברוך שנתן תורה לנו ישראל בקדושתו. ואתם בריאים אדוני חיים כולכם היום.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam
Asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato, Baruch atah Adonai, noten ha'Torah. Amen.
וידבר אדוני אל משה אחרי מות שני בני אהרון בקרבתם לפני אדוני וימותו. ויאמר אדוני אל משה דבר אל אהרון אחיך ואל יבוא בכל עת אל הקודש מבית לפרוכת אל פני הכפורת אשר על אהרון ולא ימות כי בענן איראה על הכפורת בזאת יבוא אהרון אל הקודש בכפר בן בקר לחטאת ואיל עולה צומת בד קודש ילבש ומכנסי בד יהיו על בשרו ולאבני בד יחפור מצנפת בד יצלו בגדי קודש הם ברחץ במים את בשרו ולבשם ומעת עדת בני ישראל ייקח שני סירי עזים לחטאת ואיל אחד לעולה והקריב אהרון את החטאת אשר לו וכיפר בדו ועד ביתו.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam natan b'tocheinu. Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Is on page 279. Ta'amod Miriam נירית בת שרה וראובן לעלייה שנייה.
Baruch Adonai HaMorach.
Baruch Adonai HaMorach Ve'olam Va'ed.
Baruch HaMorach Ve'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah. Amen. ולקח את שני הסירים והעמיד אותם לפני אדוני את האוהל מועד ונתן אהרון על שני הסירים גורלות גורל אחד אדוני וגורל אחד לעזאזל והקריב אהרון את השעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל אדוני ועשהו חטאת והשעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל לעזאזל יום החי לפני אדוני לכפר עליו לשלח אותו לעזאזל המדבר
Adonai HaBarak.
Baruch Adonai HaBarak Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai HaBarak Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher ba'aratanu mikol ha'amim, v'natanu lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai notei haTorah. Amen. V'lacha melo hamachta, kacha le'esh, me'al hamizbeach, milifnei Adonai. Umelo chafnach, ketoret samim daka, v'hevi midei laparochet, v'natan et haketoret al ha'esh lifnei Adonai, v'chisa anan haketoret et hakaporet asher al ha'edut v'lo yamut, v'lakach medam ha'par v'hiza be'etzba'o al pnei hakaporet kedma, ולפני הכפורת יזר שבע פעמים מן הדם באצבעו, ושחט את שעיר החטאת אשר לעם, והביא את דמו אל מבית לפרוכת, ועשה את דמו כאשר עשה לדם הקר, והיזה אותו על הכפורת ולפני הכפורת, וכיפר על הקודש מתרומות בני ישראל ומאישיהם לכל חטאותם, וכן יעשה לאוהל מועד השוכן איתם בתוך תרומותם. וכל אדם לא יהיה באוהל מועד בבואו לכפר בקודש עד צאתו, וכיפר בעדו ובעד ביתו ובעד כל קהל ישראל. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher nasa lanu Torah emet, v'chaye olam notavienu. Baruch atah Adonai notei haTorah. Amen.
Fourth aliyah can be found on page 280, the second paragraph. Is on page 281, and then we're going to do the Mishnah Bal, and then we'll do the Mishnah Barak. Ta'amod, Menina Bat Yoshua Vesala, the Aliyah Amishis.
We're doing Mishnah Barak now for those in our community or in our thoughts who are ill. If there are people who you're thinking of this morning, please feel free to add their names either out loud or in your head, in Hebrew or in English, whatever is comfortable for you, at the pause. Misha berach avotenu Abraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov Sarah Rivka Rachel v'Leah Hu yevarech et kol hacholim. V'yasir mehem kol machala v'yirpal chol gufa v'yislach l'chol avonam v'yishlach bracha v'atzlacha b'chol ma'aseh yedehem im kol Yisrael achahem v'achiotehem v'nomar Amen.
Ta'amon Chanashu Shabbat Avon B'tzviach Hava. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Please rise for Chatzi Kaddish. On page 282.
יתגדל ויתקדש השם רבה.
Amen.
יעלמן יבקרותך, יברך בחותך, וחי חורב יומך, וחיי לכל בית ישראל, והגלה בזמן קריב אמרו. אמן. יהי שם רבה מברך, תעלה מעל מיה. יתברך וישתבח, ויתברך שגם וינשא. Vita Vitala, Shemed Kutsha, Verifu, Leila, Mikoberchata, Vishirata, Tushbachata, Menechamata, Damiran Alama, Vimru. Amen.
יעמוד הדבר תעמוד בלילה לספר ראשון. וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי
We'll continue with Maftir, the Maftir Aliyah on page 282.
Tamod Yudit Sarah Bat Yaakov and Nechama Maftira.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך.
Baruch Adonai Hamelech Haolam
ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen.
ובעשור לחודש השביעי הזה מקרא קודש יהיה לכם, והייתם את נפשותיכם, כל מלאכה לא תעשו, והקרבתם עולה לאדוני ריח ניחוח, פר בן בקר אחד, חיל אחד, כבשים בשנה שבעה תמימים יהיו לכם. ומבחינתם סולת פעולה בשמן, 3 עשרונים לבא, 2 עשרונים לעין האחד. יסרון יסרון לכבש האחד, לשבעת הכבשים. שעיר עזים אחד חטאת בלבד, חטאת הכיפורים ועולת התמיד, ומנחתה ונזכיהם. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. יעמוד הבית, יעמוד בלילה. בספר שני, so Aaron Pincus and Paul. There. Yes, please rise for the raising of the second Torah.
All right, great. Fun fact, I love to dance. Not formal dance, not, hoop skirts and tails. That's not really my thing. But I actually love modern dance. I love Pilabolis, if you know them. Alvin Ailey, I think, has the most incredible interpretation of the story of Exodus. And I love dance to watch. When I myself try to dance, I feel sort of wooden and stiff, and I don't quite know what to do. And a few weeks ago, I went for the first time to a 5 rhythms dance workshop, which I had never been to before. And if you're not familiar with it, it's a lot of things, but part of what it does is it takes something that seems like it should be intuitive to someone, just go dance, and it breaks it down into component parts. There's a flow, there's a chaos, and it takes you through these different steps as a way of being able to move your body. It takes something that seems somehow like it should be intuitive and breaks it down. We do something similar here, not with dance, but with davening. If you've spent any time here, you've probably heard me introduce the Amidah as Shevach, Bakashot, V'Hoda'ot. Wow, please, and thank you. That came out of a conversation. Is Joan still here? Where's Joan? Okay. That came out of a conversation with Joan Peary a number of years ago at a Shiva Minyan when I said something to the effect of the words of the Amidah are on your heart. If you have trouble accessing those words, there's a liturgy on page so-and-so to help you. And afterward, Joan said, that sounds great. I love the idea that the words are in my heart. I have no idea how to access that. So we pulled out from there the structure of the Amidah. Wow, please, and thank you. To take something that seems perhaps like it should be intuitive, just go pray, and break it down into component parts. Like dance and like prayer, the practice of maintaining and repairing our relationships isn't really intuitive. Fortunately, the Rambam, the most important of the medieval Jewish philosophers, breaks it down for us into component parts. He writes at the very beginning of Hilchot Tshuva, of the instructions for doing Tshuva, Kol mitzvot shebetorah, im avar adam al achad mehen, bein bezadun, bein bishgaga, kshe ya'aseh tshuva ve'yashuv mecheto, chayav lehitvadot lifnei ha'el baruch hu. Ze v'dui devarim. If a person transgresses any of the Torah's mitzvot, whether deliberately or inadvertently, they must repent, return from their sin, and verbally confess. It's very clear, actually, in Hilchot Tshuva, that nothing, not punishment, not financial reparations, not this day itself, has any effect until we name the harm we have done. Intention doesn't matter nearly as much as impact. And acknowledging impact is necessarily the first step. In the article, The Case for Reparations, which we talked about here a few years ago, Ta-Nehisi Coates argues that just as Germany has paid tremendous reparations for the sins of the Holocaust, so too should the American government pay reparations for the sins of slavery. He writes, what I'm talking about is more than recompense for past injustices, more than a handout, a payoff, hush money, or a reluctant bribe. What I'm talking about is a national reckoning that would lead to spiritual renewal. Reparations would mean a revolution of the American consciousness, a reconciling of our self-image with the facts of our history. Reconciling our self-image with the facts of our history is not easy, not on a national level and not on a personal level. It is very hard to recognize that we are fundamentally decent people and we all have caused harm. Both are simultaneously true. It's hard to hold on to both of these because we generally tend to overvalue our identities and undervalue our behavior. Some of the most important Torah I've learned in the last couple of years comes from, of all places, the Whole30 cookbook. And if you're not familiar with what Whole30 is, it's a particular way of eating. That doesn't matter. But what matters is what they say in the beginning, in the introduction of the cookbook. They say, there is no such thing as a healthy eater, and there's no such thing as an unhealthy eater. They're just the decisions we make dozens of times a day about what we put in our mouth. Our identities, our truest identities, are nothing more than a summation of our actions. The Holy One makes much this same point when Moses says to God, "Who are you? Who should I tell the people you are?" And the Holy One responds, "Ehyeh asher ehyeh," a phrase that's famously impossible to translate, but means something to the effect of, I am that I will be, or I am as I am. Rashi, the most important of the medieval commentators, different from the philosophers, he explains that what that phrase means is, Ehyeh imam b'tzara zo. I am with them in their sorrow. Moses asks God who he is, and Rashi explains God responds with what he does. Our identities are nothing more than a sum of our actions. There's a story in the Gemara that some of us had the opportunity to learn in the spring about a man named Polimu. And Polimu is a sage, and he's sitting on Erev Yom Kippur at his Seudah Mafseket, at his festive meal with his family. And he said, as he was in the habit of saying all the time, Satan ain't got nothing on me. I've got nothing to atone for. Satan has no hold over me. And he sits down at his beautiful meal at his Seudah Mafseket with his friends and family for this moment, and he hears a knocking at the door. Somebody goes and opens the door, and there's what appears to be a pauper at the door. Now we, the readers, know that that pauper is actually Satan in the guise of a pauper, but Polimu doesn't know that. And so the pauper says, alms for the poor, alms for the poor. Polimu gives him some bread and closes the door. A few minutes later, Satan knocks, Polimu opens, what? And the pauper says, pardon me, I noticed that all those people are eating in there and I'm out here on the street. Do you think there's any room for me in there? He's like, yeah, sure, come in. So he comes in, puts him down in the kitchen, gives him his crust of bread, and goes back to his festive meal. After a few minutes, the pauper sticks his head out from the kitchen and says, pardon me, sorry to interrupt, but I noticed that all these people are sitting in here in this warm room with this delicious food, and I'm in this cold kitchen by myself. Is there any room for me at that table? And they say, sure, come in. And he comes and sits down at the table. Then he sits down at the table, and he starts being very disruptive. He's picking his nose, he's picking his pimples, he's coughing. And Polimu and his family shout at him. They say, what are you doing? This isn't how you behave. Stop doing all these things. That's disgusting. That's not what you do. And the pauper, who again is actually Satan, dies. Exactly. Now there's a problem. And Polimu starts hearing these voices. Polimu's killed a man. Polimu's killed a man. And he's freaked out. He doesn't know if the voices are coming out from the street in his own head. And he runs to the outhouse. Right? Don't miss the symbolism here. He runs to the outhouse and he's cowering. And Satan appears before him then, still in the guise of the pauper. Polimu quickly realizes, A, the pauper is not dead. B, the pauper is not a pauper. And Polimu realizes how badly he's screwed up. And he says, I'm so sorry. What should I have done? And Satan says to him, welcome to the outhouse of your soul, buddy. Everyone has got one, even you, because everyone has crap to deal with. Have compassion for yourself as your imperfect self, as you deal with your crap, and please stop pretending to be something that you aren't. When our identities are threatened, we tell stories to protect our sense of self, even if those stories fly in the face of the facts. Our identities, as fundamentally good or fundamentally wicked, are about us. Tshuva comes to ask us to see the effect of our actions on others. There's a verse in Proverbs, in Mishlei, that teaches Tzadik harishon berivo, uvo ra'ehu vechokro. The first story that we hear sounds right, at least until we start asking questions. Some of the best teaching advice I got when I started working with younger children was just, what happened before that? So one kid comes and says, this one was hitting at me and yelling at me and punching me and it's horrible and I don't like what he's doing to me. Right? My initial instinct is, oh my God, that's horrible. Why are you punching him? Right? I had to learn to say, oh God, that's horrible. I'm so sorry you're being punched. What happened just before that? I was poking him with a pencil. Oh. Now, there is no good guy in that story, and there is no bad guy in that story. They're just two small humans with unmet needs, each taking actions that are hurtful to the other one, but make perfect sense in the stories that they're telling in their own head. As much as people are in conflict, the stories that people tell are in conflict. I've got a story I like to tell. It's about moving to Beacon about 15 years ago, joining a small, aging synagogue, which seemed to me to be quietly dying, like so many small conservative synagogues in the Northeast have died. With no ill intent on anybody's part, my young family felt tolerated, but not welcomed. There was nobody of my generation. There was nobody of my kids' generation. So I started something creative in my living room. It grew, and voila, here we are. It's a powerful story. I've raised literally millions of dollars for this community on some version of that story. And it is a true story. It is not, however, a complete story. I tried to call most, if not all, of our members this summer. And one of our veteran members recently told me that she thought I was the worst thing that ever happened to this community. To put it mildly, she tells a different story about my impact on this community than I do. And it hurts to say this, but that story is also true. The story I like to tell doesn't honor the story of the small, tight-knit community that was already here, who didn't experience BHA the way I did, but rather as a warm, familiar community. That story that gets left out of the story I like to tell, was significantly disrupted when dozens of new people showed up, more or less at once, with their kids and their dramas and their stories. It's taken me years to recognize this, and I'm grateful to the people in this room who helped me recognize this. But what I experienced with pride as a rebirth of a small synagogue was experienced as a loss by many people, and I am sorry for that. It's not only to the veterans of BHA that I owe an apology, though. I'm an ambitious person and a hard worker, and I had very big hopes and dreams for what this community would be. I wanted to create a Jewish community like Teaneck or the Five Towns, but for progressive Jews. And so I pushed, and I pushed, and I pushed. I pushed in ways that transformed this community and that also strained and even broke relationships with people that I love. I was short-tempered, I was demanding, I was impatient, I was scornful. I hurt people that I love. I hurt people who love this community and are no longer in this room, and I'm sorry for that. For many of us, when that first glimmer of responsibility starts to encroach on the story we want to tell, when I've caused harm tries to take the mic away from I am a fundamentally decent person, our brains marshal more and more stories to come in and save us from having to take responsibility. It wasn't my fault. That wasn't my intention. I had no choice. It was for a greater purpose. Those stories might even be true, but that's not where we begin. We who hope to do the hard work of tshuva, we who hope to have real relationships with strain and repair, have to begin by acknowledging when we have hurt people. Sequence matters. When we dance, we begin with flow and then go to staccato. When we daven, we begin with wow and then go to please. When we do tshuva, we begin with acknowledging the harm we have done and then go to context, reasons, repair. This Yom Kippur drasha, is part of the process, but it's not the whole process. I hurt people that I love, and I'm sorry for that. My mistakes are the products of arrogance and impatience, not cruelty or pathology. Perhaps you share those vices with me, or perhaps you have other destructive habits of mine. Anxiety, insecurity, narcissism. It's a long menu we can choose from. I say that not as any sort of an excuse, but only to say that I am sure that I am not the only person in this room who has inadvertently caused pain to others. In fact, I'd be willing to bet there is not a single person in this room who hasn't inadvertently caused pain to others in their social systems. This is part of what the Rambam is coming to teach us. Our intention doesn't matter nearly as much as our impact. I play a particular role as the rabbi of this community, this social system. And because of my role, my missteps have an impact on this whole community. And so it's before this whole community that I stand here on Yom Kippur, humble and apologetic. From this place of humility, I invite you to consider to whom in your life, your systems, you might owe an apology for harm you have caused deliberately or inadvertently. Who are the people in your home, your workplace, your synagogue, who might feel that you have harmed them? If you don't think there's anybody in your social systems that you have harmed, I invite you to think again. It took me 13 years to see where, amidst all the good I was doing in this system, I was also hurting people in this system. And I pray you proceed faster than I have. As you consider what harm you might have caused, you might notice stories arising almost immediately to justify and excuse your actions. Invite those stories to take a seat at the edge of your consciousness. The Torah tells us that surrounding the ark into which the stone tablets of the covenant are placed, there are two keruvim, two angels. These mythical beings, each one very different from each other. They're not identical. They are different and they have differences. These two keruvim define the space where the divine presence resides by standing face to face with their arms outstretched as if in surrender. And it's there where these angels have their arms up, seeing their fellow face to face, that the divine presence resides. We cannot have a true connection, a connection in which the divine presence is welcome, from a place of defensiveness. As long as we are protecting the story we like to tell about ourselves, despite the facts of our history, we are denying the opportunity for a true connection. We have to let our defenses down if we hope to hear what the people we have hurt have to say. There is no other way. I used to work out in a gym that had giant letters in the front, results or excuses. Choose one. If we want to be in real relationship with the people we love, we have to let our defenses down. There is no other way. The Hasidic master, Rabbi Shalom Noah Berezovsky, more commonly known as the Netivot Shalom, teaches that the reason that tshuva is so hard is because we look at our actions, when what we need to do is go deep inside ourselves, deep inside our inner worlds, and repair what is broken. Tshuva invites us to transform ourselves, not to tinker around the edges with techniques like counting to 10 before we speak, but to transform the stories upon which we build our lives. He offers a parable to illustrate his point. The task of a person is to build a house of their life, but we build on a foundation of rubble. We build the house, and then we discover, look, there are cracks in the plaster. And so we plaster the cracks, and we plaster them again, and we plaster them again, not recognizing that those cracks are emerging from a flaw in the foundation. And until we do the hard work of addressing that foundation, those cracks, those behaviors, they'll just keep coming back. Sfat Emet, different Hasidic master, teaches, some of us learned this together a little earlier this summer. Tzrichin kol adam shofet al kol tnua pticha halev im letofu. Our hearts are subject to healthy and unhealthy forces from within and from without. And he teaches that we need a shofet, a wise guardian, to protect our hearts and protect those who our hearts touch by asking hard questions about the forces we want to heed. Proverbs teaches the first story we hear sounds right until we start to ask questions. After 21 years of marriage, 15 years of parenthood, 13 years in this pulpit, I hope that my heart's own wise guardian is gaining the strength to slow me down and ask me some hard questions. Only time will tell. My shofet, my internal guardian, will have a hard time asking questions the next time that seductive, heroic narrative starts flooding my heart. I'm very good at telling myself a story about the argument I have and being very convincing about why it's their fault, and their fault, and their fault. Over time, I can see that one of the things that all of my conflicts have in common is me. I'd like to share 3 questions that I hope will serve my guardian in protecting my heart and protect those around me from the worst habits of my heart. Perhaps they will help your shofet as well. The first question is, am I bringing the best aspects of myself to this moment, or just the aspects of myself that are most readily available? 2, when I find myself telling a hero story or a victim story, which, by the way, are the same story, I hope my shofet will ask, what other stories are true? Perhaps there's a story other than the one that you're telling that's also true. 3rd, what other stories from my past am I retelling in this conflict? Am I rehashing an old story with new actors? This is the season of Cheshbon HaNefesh, of taking an accounting of our souls. And when I take an accounting of my soul, I find that I have done good. I'm not some sort of monster. And I have done harm. Perhaps your own accounting will yield similar results. The purpose of an apology is not to undo the past. That can't be done. The purpose of an apology is to clear a path into the future. I hope that my apology today and the other apologies that make up this constellation clear new paths forward in all of our systems, including here at BHA. In this coming year, I pray that I, you, all of us in this room and not, are blessed to cultivate our own wise guardians, our own shoftim, who will help us ask the right questions of the first seductive story our heart begins to tell. Gemar Chatima Tova. We will continue now with Judy chanting the Haftarah from Isaiah on page 284.
You going to say anything about the poem? Oh. ורצה בדבריהם הנאמרים באמת ברוך כל דרך עמי, כי כה אמר עם ונישא, שוכן עד וקדוש שמו, מרום וקדוש אשכון, ודקה ושפל רוח, להחיות ולשפלים, ולהחיות למתקיים. I dwell on high in holiness, and therefore with the lowly and humiliated. I dwell with those who fear for their health and their health care, those who are refugees from oppression, those who struggle to lead lives of dignity, to breathe new breath into the humble, to give new heart to the brokenhearted. כי לא לעולם עתיד ולא לנצח אקצור, כי רוח מלפניי הטוב ונשמות אני עשיתי, לעוון פרצות קצבתי והכהו הסתר וקצות, וילך שובר בדרך גיבור, דרכיו ראיתי ופאנו ואחנו, משנה מיקומי, לא ורם ורם, בוא בני שפתיים, שלום שלום, לרחוק ולקרוב, אמר אדוני ופתי. When your wayward heart leads you off the path, I see the path you need, and I will heal you. I will guide and comfort you with words of courage and of consolation for those who mourn among you, and those who seek to breathe and live the wisdom of the Torah. Peace, peace, shalom, shalom, to those who are far and near. והרשעים קיים נדרש, כי השקט לא יוכל, יגרשו למוות השחתית. אין שלום, אמר אלוהי לרשעים, קרע וגרון אל תחשוף, כשופר ערם קולך, והגן עמי פשעם, ולבית יעקב חטאותם. ואותי יום יום ידרשו, ודעת דרכי יחפצו, כגוי אשר צדקה עשה, ומשפט אלוהיו לא עזב. ישאלוני משפטי צדק, קרבת אלוהים יחפצו. למה צמנו ולא ראית, אם יהיו נפשנו ולא תדע. הן ביום צומכם תמצאו חפץ, וכל עצמכם תנגושו. הן לריב ומצה תצומו, ולהכות בגופרי רשע. לא תצומו היום, להשמיע במרום קולכם. הזה יהיה צום אבחרהו יום, ענות אדם נפשו, הלכו כאדמון ראשו, ושק באפר יציע, על הזה תקצום, ביום רצון לאדוני. הלא זה יום צום אבחרהו, התח חצוגות רשע, התר עבודות מותה, ושלח לצוצים חופשיים, וכל מותה תנתקו. Tell those who call themselves the Jews that it is not enough to know my ways with their minds. They cannot pretend to be a people who does righteous deeds yet ignore the cries of those they oppress, directly and indirectly. Look, on the very day you fast, you keep scrabbling for wealth. On the very day you fast, you keep oppressing all your workers. Look, you fast in strife and contention. You strike with a wicked fist. You are not fasting today in such a way to make your voices heard on high. Is that the kind of fast I desire? A day for people to press down their egos? Am I commanding you to droop your heads like bulrushes and lie around in sackcloth and ashes? Is this what you call a fast day? The kind of day that the Creator of all life would wish? No. This is the kind of fast that I desire. Unlock the fetters of wickedness. Untie the ropes of the yoke. Let the oppressed go free and break off every yoke. Share your bread with the hungry. Bring the poor, the outcast to your house. Do not fear them because they wear a hijab. Do not hate them because they speak Spanish. Do not scorn them because they love differently than you do. When you see them naked, clothe them. They are your flesh and blood. Don't hide yourself from them. Then your light will burst through like the dawn. Then the Holy Presence will be light in the moments of darkness. Then the breath of life will strengthen your bones when they are withered. Olam Chesed Amen. הלא פרוס לרעב לחמך, ועניים מרודים תביא בית, כי תראה ארור בכיסיתו, ומבשרך לא תתעלם, אז יבקע כשחר אורך, וארוחתך מהרה תצמח, והלך לפניך צדקך, כבוד אדוני יעשך, אז תקרא ואדוני יענה, תשבע ויאמר הנני, אם תסיר מתוכך מטה, שלה אצבע ודבר אמן, ותפק לרעב נפשך, ונפש מענה תשביע, וזרח בחושך אורך, ואפלתך כצהריים, ונחך אדוני תמיד, והצביע בצחצחות נפשך, ועצמותיך יחליץ, והיית כגן החל, וכמוצא חיים, אשר לא יכזבו ממך, ובנו ממך חרבות עולם, מוסדי דור ודור תגונן, וקורא לך גודר פרץ, ושובר נתיבות לשרת. אם תשיב משבת רגלך, עשות חפצך ביום קודשי, וקראת לשבת עונג, לקדוש אדוני מכובד, וכיבדתו מעשות דרכך, למצוא חפצך ודבר דבר. אז תתענג על אדוני, והרגלתך על במותי הארץ, ואכלתיך נחלת יעקב אביך, כי אדוני דיבר. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, צור כל העולמים, צדיק בכל הדורות, האל הנאמן המר ועושה, המדבר ומקיים, שכל דבריו אמת וצדק, נאמן. אתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו ונאמנים דבריך, ודבריך מדבריך, אך לא ישוב ריקם. כי על מלך נאמן ורחמן אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני. האל הנאמן בכל דבריו.
אמן.
רחם על ציון, כי היא בית חיינו, ולעלובת נפש תושיע במהרה בימינו, ברוך אתה אדוני. שמח ציון לבניה.
אמן.
שמחנו אדוני אלוהינו באליהו הנביא עבדך, ובמלכות בית דוד משיחך, במהרה יבוא ויגל ביתנו, על כיסאו לא ישב זר, ולא יבחנו עוד אחרים את כבודו. כי בשם קודשך נשבעת לו, שלא יכבה נאמו לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני.
ברוך שמו.
מגן דוד.
אמן.
על התורה ועל עבודה ועל הנביאים ועל יום הכיפורים הזה שנתת לנו אדוני אלוהינו למחילה ולסליחה ולכפרה לכבוד ותפארת על הכל אדוני אלוהינו אנחנו מודים לך ומברכים אותך יתברך שמך בפי כל חי תמיד לעולם ועד ודברך אמת וקיים לעד ברוך אתה אדוני מלך מוחל וסולח לעוונותינו ולעוונות עמו בית ישראל ומעביר אשמותינו בכל שנה ושנה מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל ביום הכיפורים.
We're about to begin the Yizkor service, where many of us will say prayers on behalf of our departed relatives and friends, and pledge to further the values they held through our actions, through tzedakah. Some people whose lives have not yet been touched by death have the custom of leaving the room for this service. I'd like to ask you to stay. I'd like to ask you to stay because the community needs you to stay. There are those in our community who are mourning a loss that is raw and painful, and they need your presence in this room to know that they are not alone. There are those who have passed peacefully or violently and are counting on you to stand for them. If services are too long, that's fine. Take a break, go outside, take a walk during one of the poems. But when your friends and neighbors are in mourning, I hope you will stand in solidarity with them and not leave them alone in their grief. As Zachary pointed out before, our tradition teaches that today is the day when the veil between heaven and earth is the thinnest, when we can almost see through it to what comes before this world and what comes after. As we're gathered here for Yizkor, to remember our loved ones who have passed on, I want to invite us to try to peer through that thin veil, to see the people we are remembering, to take a moment to hear their voices, to feel their hands, to see their faces, to smell their scent. This is the time to feel like the angels, that time has no meaning and the past is present. This is the time to say to those who have passed on, thank you. I miss you. I'm sorry. I forgive you. I hope you can forgive me. This is the time to tell them that things would have been sweeter, perhaps, or easier with them here. I became a mom. I became a dad. I retired. I got a job. I sold a piece. Things didn't work out the way we had hoped. That little one is walking now, is off to college, is getting married. I'll be with you soon.
It is aleinu, it is on us to create living memorials to those we love, to extend the influence of their goodness, their kindness, their passions beyond the grave. And it is on us to work towards fulfilling their dreams by giving tzedakah, by creating opportunities for others in their name. Each of us is enriched beyond measure because for some time we were privileged to share this earth with someone who is now gone. This community has suffered the loss of many loved ones since last Yom Kippur. We mourn specifically the deaths of members of the extended BHA community who have passed away in this past year. Julia Oken, mother of Wilda Oken, Gladys Resnick, mother of Risa Ostrow, Martin Schwartz, father of Fern Blackman, Annette Clara DeLiu Julian, mother of Peter Julian, Pauline Doris McHugh, mother of Anne Gross. How blessed we are for their lives, for their gifts, for their passions and their joys. May we all be worthy guarantors of the memories of our loved ones. I invite you to take a moment to conjure the memory of those who have passed. And we will continue with the Yizkor service on page 290. I invite Bobby Gropper, Jeff Gross, Howard Davis, and Matt Harrell to come to hold the Torahs for the service.
Adonai, Madama Telehu, Benedor, Fatachashevehu, Adam Lael Tama, Yama Kitzelover, Baboker Yatzitz Bechalak, Larev Yalel Yavesh, Limnot Yameinu Kenoda, V'navil Levav Chokhmah.
On this solemn day, we each make judgments about the quality of our life. We re-examine our deeds and relationships with our community and with others. We express our yearnings for a new year, a new beginning, a year during which we commit ourselves to work towards bringing health and peace to all. We long for a year when individually and communally we shall strive to live in a way that is more reflective of the ideals that we cherish. Now, in the midst of looking at our life and assessing its quality, we pause to reflect and to remember and to dedicate ourselves anew.
Shiviti Adonai l'nefti tamid, ki miminim balemot. Lachen samach libi v'yagel kodi, af b'sari yishkod lavetam.
The deaths of those we now remember left holes in our lives, but we are grateful for the gift of their lives, and we are strengthened by the blessings that they left us and the precious memories that comfort and sustain us
as we recall them this day. We continue silently with the prayers as appropriate on page 291. Psalm 23 on page 293.
It's more than David, Adonai roed lo etzar, minot deshet yar mitzeni, al menuchot yenaleini, nafshi yeshoveh,
tome, the Mourner's Kaddish, on page 294.
Yitkadash Shemei Rabbah Ve'alma Tivrach Hirotei Ve'amlit Malchutei V'chayechon V'yomechon V'chayei V'chol Beit Yisrael Ba'gala U'bizman Kariv V'imru Amen Ye'ei Shemei Rabbah V'marach Le'olam L'ameh Almaya Yitbarach V'yishtabach V'yitahar V'yitramah V'yitaseh V'yitadar V'yitaleh V'yitalach Shemei T'kusha Harihu Le'elan Yipol Birchatav V'shiratav Tushbechatav V'nechatav Tamiran Me'almah V'imru Amen Yehi Shlamar Rabah V'yishmaya V'chayim Aleinu V'al Kol Yisrael V'imru Amen Oseh Shalom V'Ramav Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu V'al Kol Yisrael V'imru Amen.
So we come here to the end of the discourse service, which leads into the end of the Torah service.
And so we make a transition liturgically that we make in life all the time. We go to the funeral and then we leave the funeral. We sit for 7 days of Shiva and then we get up from Shiva. We come here on Yom Kippur for Yizkor and remember our dead, and then we stand up from our remembering and come back into life. So we return the Torah Kayim, with the tunes and melodies appropriate for returning the Torah. And they are, in general, upbeat melodies, happy melodies, because we are happy to be embracing the Torah. And I'd like to imagine that those who have passed on are happy that we are still here, embracing their memories, embracing their Torah, embracing their lives. So with the spirit and energy of those who have come before us, we begin the Torah parade this way to return the Torah to their own.
Yehallelu et Shem Adonai, ki yistav shemo levado.
Yeah, we're good. We keep going.
Hodo eretz v'shamayim, vayarem kerem le'amo, tila lechol chasidav, livnei Yisrael olam kerovo. David mizmor l'Adonai haaretz u'meloa tevel ve'yoshevei v'agiu al yamim yesada ve'al me'arot yechoneneha mi'aleh behar Adonai u'mi'alo v'kol kodsho Asher lo nasa l'shana shel velo yishma lemirva Yisar ha'kav v'yet Adonai U'zeh ויבוא מלך הכבוד, שאו שערים ראשינו, ושאו בפני עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד, ויעשה מלך הכבוד, אדוני צבאות, שהוא מלך הכבוד, סלע, ויעשה מלך הכבוד, אדוני צבאות, שהוא מלך הכבוד, סלע, ויעשה מלך הכבוד, אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד, סלע, ויעשה מלך הכבוד, אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד,
So, we move from here into the Chatzi Kaddish and then the Musaf Amidah, and a word about choreography. You might notice that some folks, me, here comes the dancing. The posture of the Amidah is to have your feet together as if you were an angel. And you'll notice that people sometimes have their bottom halves relatively stable, but then are rocking back and forth up here. And there are lots of ways of interpreting that, and not all are PG friendly. But one is actually understanding how we want to be in our lives. And there are some things that are foundational, that if they are a healthy foundation, we want to be rooted, we want to be grounded. We want to know who we want to be and what we're aspiring to. And we want to be rooted and grounded in that and not give up on that. But then there are other things, other dynamics, other interactions where we can afford to have a little bit more play. We can have a little bit more flex, a little bit more movement. And so as we move into the Amidah, just like this, right? It's not, as dance moves go, this is pretty easy. As we move into this, I invite you to not just think with your minds and not just feel with your hearts, but actually live with your bodies. Where in your life, what are the principles, what are the senses of self that you can afford to be a little flexible on? That you can say, okay, I can flex with that. And what are the places where you have your best self, your aspirational self? The self that you hope that somebody one day will say, Ki le'olam tasdo, their kindness endured forever. Where are the places you want to root down and ground and be planted there like a tree? So with those dynamics of root and flow, we move into the Chatzi Kaddish, and from there into the Musaf Amidah. James, with the Hineni on page 312. Now continue with the repetition of the Amidah on page 313. That should rise as you open it up.
Elohei Abraham ושופר גדול ייתקע, 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 וכל דממה דקה יישמע, ומלאכים יחפשו בחילולת היוחזות, ויאמרו ליום הדין, ליום הדין, לקרוא לצבא מרום בדין, כי לא יזכו בעיניך בדין, וכל באי עולם יעברו לפניך כבני מרום. כבקרת רועד רוב, מעביר צאנו תחת שבטו, כן תעביר, תספור, תמנה ותקלוט נפש כל חי, ותחתוך תצמח בריאה, ותכתוב את גזר דינם. בראש השנה יגדלו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו. בראש השנה יגדלו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו. כמה יעברון, כמה יברעון, מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי בקיצו ומי לא בקיצו. בראש השנה יגדלו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו. בראש השנה יגדלו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו. מי באש ומי במים, מי בחרב ומי בחיה, מי ברב ומי בצמא. בראש השנה יגדלו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו. בראש השנה יגדלו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו. מי ברש ומי במגפה, מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה, מי ינוח ומי ינוח, מי ישקיט ומי יתורה, מי ישלט ומי יתייסר, מי יעני ומי ישיר, מי יושפל ומי יערום. ותשובה ותפילה וצדקה, מעבירים את רוח הגזירה. אדם יסודו מאחר בסופו לאחר, בנפשו יביא לחמו משוט הפרס הנשבר, כחציר יבש וחציץ נובל, כצל עובר וכנן גלב, ורוח נושבת שכחת פורח, וכחלום יאוב. ואתה הוא מלך לחי וחייו, אין קצבה לשנותיך ואין קצה אורך ימיך, ואין שיעור למקבעות תורתך, ואין קידוש לדום שמך, שמך מלך ותנא לשמך, ושמר קצה בשמך. עשה למד שמך וקדש את שמך ואמרתי ששמך, ועבור כבוד שמך נרץ ונקדש, יסוד יסוד וקודש, אמרתי שמך בקודש, דרי בלם דרי מטה, ככתוב על יד נביאך, וכרזל זה לעמך. תמיד, פעמיים יבוא שמה אומרים, שמה ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. הוא אלוהינו אבינו אמתנו מושיענו, והוא ישמענו ברחמיו שניתן כל חי, להיות לכם אלוהים. אני אדוני אדיר, אדוני אלוהינו, אדיר שמך בכל הארץ, היה אדוני למלך בכל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד, ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור,
ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהי ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה.
בדור אדוני גדולך, לנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, ושמך אלוהינו בדין לא ימוש לעולם ועד, כי המלך גדול וקדוש אתה.
So we close the ark now and invite you to remain standing as you're able. We continue on page 321, Uvachain, the third paragraph.
ובכן, תן פתחך אדוני אלוהינו כל מעשיך ואימתך על כל מה שבראת, ויראוך כל המעשים וישתחוו לפניך כל הברורים, ויעשו כל המברכה, לעשות רצונך בלבב שלם, כמו שלנו אדוני אלוהינו שלטון לפניך, עוז בידך וגבורה בימינך, ושמך נורא על כל מה שבראת. ובכן, תן כבוד אדוני לך, תדע לרחם ותפעל לדורשך, ופתחון בעולם יחלים לך, שמחה לארצך, וששון לעירך, עוד צמיחת כרם לדוד עבדך, ועריכת נר לבן ישי משיבך, במהרה בימינו. ובכן, צדיקים יראו וישמחו וישרים יעלוזו, וחסידים אחרים יגידו, ועולת תקפוץ ביד, וכל אישה גדולה כאשם תכלה, כי תעביר ממשלת זדון מן הארץ. ויתיו כל לעובדך, ייתנו לך כתר מלוכה, ויברכו שם כבודך,
וייתנו לך כתר מלוכה,
ויגידו ויציקך,
וייתנו לך כתר מלוכה, ייתנו לך כתר מלוכה, ייתנו לך כתר מלוכה,
ויאמרו תמיד יגדל אדוני, ויבנו לך כתר מלוכה, שפניך, ויתנו לך כתר מלוכה, ויכירו כוח מלכותך, ויתנו לך כתר מלוכה, וילמדו תורים בינה, ויתנו לך כתר מלוכה.
Turn ahead to page 325 for the Grand Alenu. We'll open the ark here, and as your body and soul feels comfortable, I invite you to find your way to someplace that doesn't have pews bolted to the floor, and feel in your body what it is to go all the way down in supplication.
Let's
So, come now to the Avodah service. You might want to sit down for this. So today, the premise of today is that we can do atonement with our words. But once upon a time, atonement was achieved through the actions of the high priest. We're going to walk through what they did then in the hopes that it will help us do what we need to do now. So I invite you to make sure you're seated comfortably. Your feet are on the floor. Your seat is firmly planted. Stretch a little bit if you need to. Probably have room next to you at this point. Relax your neck and shoulders. I invite you to close your eyes so that you can see more clearly. Imagine that we are in Jerusalem, ancient city of white stone. It's just before dawn on the day before Yom Kippur. You are the high priest, the Kohen Hagadol, and you have risen early. A flock of faithful have gathered around you, and they accompany you to the eastern gate. It's still dark. Stars are still sprinkled across the sky. A group of elders has gathered to remind you how to light the incense within the Holy of Holies. You realize again just how risky this ritual is. You can't help but tremble. All day long you relearn the rites. The other priests tell stories and sing songs to keep you awake all night. Now the sun is just beginning to rise on Yom Kippur, pinking the hills and the walls of the city. The other priests spread a linen veil over you to conceal you. You remove your clothes, immerse naked in a mikveh of living waters, come out and dress yourself in golden robes. You make the first offering on the altar, and then change into white linen garments. You have apologized, you have prayed, you have prepared. Now you are ready to make the offerings on behalf of the whole people, and know that you have done all that you can. You approach your own bull, large and fat, snorting and stamping its hooves. You place your hands on its head, and you verbally confess your own sins and mistakes, withholding nothing. Place your hands on the head of this powerful bull and confess everywhere that you have missed the mark in this past year. You slaughter the bull, knowing that you have done what you can, and any further atonement is out of your hands. Now you confess the sins of all the priests, and you say, Holy One, we have sinned. I and my household, your priests, have done wrong. I beg of you by your holy name, forgive, pardon, and grant atonement for our sins, as it is written in our Torah. For on this day I will make atonement for you and purify you from all of your missings of the mark before the Holy One. Everyone is standing in the courtyard around you. When they hear you say the holiest name of the divine, they fall on their faces and say,
Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Vaed.
through time and space, your glory shines, majestic one. You have apologized, you have prayed, you have prepared, and you have sacrificed. Now you are ready to make the offerings and know that you have done all that you can. You return to the altar. Now you wash your hands and your feet again. The other priests hold up the linen veil again. You immerse yourself in the mikveh again. Now you enter the sanctuary, and in your golden garments once more, you burn an incense offering and light the holy lamps. Smell the incense, sweet and strong. Remove your clothes and immerse in the sanctuary mikveh, going under the water 5 times. Each time the waters receive you, it is like returning to the divine womb. When you emerge, it feels as though you have been born anew. Your face is beautiful like the rising sun. You feel pure. You feel that all of the sins of the community, all of the sins of the priesthood, all of the sins of your household, all of your own sins have been washed away. Everyone gathers around you, singing and dancing, and they escort you home. They are filled with joy. Thanks to you and the work you have done today, the whole community is cleansed. God is the mikveh of Israel. God purifies and cleanses us. God has made us clean like the angels of the morning. All of this occurred thousands of years ago when the temple stood on its foundation. All of this is happening right now. You have done all that you can, and it is time to acknowledge it is out of your hands. So I invite you to take 3 deep breaths. And return from ancient Jerusalem to modern Beacon, where we will continue on page 337 with Ella Ezkara. 336.
With
Roger, that just, you've been promoted to chief page number caller.
No
Now we're down to the bottom of 336. Now we're up to Ella Ezkara. Now we're up to Ella Ezkara. He says cheerfully as we recount martyrs. So we begin Ella Ezkara. We'll begin recalling the decimation of the Jewish people at the hands of the Romans thousands of years ago, and move forward into some modern threats that we face today. But we begin at the top of page 337 with Ella Ezkara, This I Remember.
Ella Ezkara, Benafshi Allah Yeshpecha, Al Koroteinu Hamarot, Einai Zolagotima, Ella Ezkara, Benafshi Allah Yeshpecha, Al Koroteinu Hamarot, Einai Zolagotima.
On the top of page 338. It is said of Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava that he never tasted sin in his life, but he sat and fasted for 26 years. The Romans had decreed that anyone who ordained rabbis or anybody who was ordained would be killed, and that any city in which the ordination took place would be destroyed as well as its suburbs. What did Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava do? He sat in a valley between two cities, Usha and Shepharam, and he ordained 5 rabbis. When word got out, he told them to flee. They asked him, "But what will become of you?" He replied, "I will remain as an immovable rock." It is reported that the Romans did not leave until they had pierced him with 300 lances, so that his body was like a sieve. This is a poem by Lina Odell from a collection called All We Can Save about women's responses to the climate catastrophe. If I can't save us, then let me feel you, safe and happy under my chin. If this will drown or burn, then let us drink starlight, nap under trees, sing on beaches. The morning rush to sit indoors is for what again? If we are dying, then let me rip open and bleed love. Spill it, spend it, see how much there is. The reward for misers is what again? If this life is ending, then let me begin a new one. So as we contemplate catastrophes ancient and contemporary, we come towards the end of our service to Shema Kolenu, to a prayer that essentially says, please listen to us. Just please, please hear our pain and listen to us. and perhaps most of all, allow us to listen to each other. I invite us to rise as we're able as I open the ark for Shema Kolenu on page 346.
Shema Kolenu, Adonai Eloheinu, V'hu Tzverachem Aleinu, V'kabel b'rachamim v'ratzon et tefilateinu.
Shema Kolenu, Adonai Eloheinu, Hu Tzverachem Aleinu, V'kabel b'rachamim v'ratzon et tefilateinu.
Hashiveinu Adonai Elecha v'nashuva, Charesh yameinu kekedem.
Hashiveinu Adonai Elecha v'nashuva, Kadesh Yameinu kekedem.
Al tashlichenu milfanecha, v'ruach kodshecha al tikach mimenu.
Al tashlichenu milfanecha, v'ruach kodshecha al tikach mimenu.
Al tashlichenu le'et zikna, kichlot kocheinu, al tasvenu.
Al tashlichenu le'et zikna, kichlot kocheinu, al ta'azvenu. Do we have any Kohanim or Levim?
All right, just a bunch of Israelites wandering in the wilderness. All right. No Kohanim, no Birkat Kohanim. We continue on page 347 with Kianu Amecha.
שננחנו זכנים וכשעורף לומר לפניך, אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהינו, צדיקים אנחנו ולא חטאנו, אבל אנחנו ואבותינו חטאנו. איי, איי, איי,
Turn ahead to page 354, bottom paragraph.
אלוהינו ואבותינו, קדשנו במצוותיך ותן חלקנו בתורתך, שבענו מטובך, ושמחנו משובתך, ותורה ליבנו לבטח באמת, כי אתה סוכן ניסה ומחלה לשבטי שבור ככל דור ודור, ומבלעדיך אין לנו מלך, מלכו וסולח אלעתה, ברוך אתה אדוני. מלך מלכו וסולח לעוונותינו, ולעוונות בבית ישראל, ומעביר אשמותינו בכל שנה ושנה. מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל. 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 ביום הכיפורים.
So we turn ahead to B'Sefer Chaim on page 357.
בספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסה טובה, נזכר ונתקטר לפניך. אנחנו בכל עמך בית ישראל, לחיים טובים ולשלום.
The Ark for Hayom on page 358.
Hayom, 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 hayom te'aretzeinu, amen. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, hayom te'aretzeinu, amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, hayom, tegadaleinu. Amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, tidrashenu l'tova. Amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, titavenu l'chaim tovim. Amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, tekanu v'rachami v'ratzon et tefilateinu. Amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, tishma shabbateinu. Amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, tivachenu b'tzidkecha. Amen. Yayom, asatavim, asasinu samechem b'binyan shalem, k'hakatuv alem ne'echa, v'aviuti mel'ar kachim, simachti b'beit tefilati, ki beiti beit tefila, yeper l'chol ha'amim, u'tzaka, v'rach v'rachmim v'chaim v'shalom, yelanu l'chol Yisrael ta'olam, baruch atah Adonai, oseh hashalom.
Amen. Announcements. We're about to conclude services briefly and then start them again at 5 o'clock this afternoon. If you're coming back for Mincha and Ne'ilah, I invite you to wear white. I invite you to bring a shofar if you have one for the Shinel shofar blast. We have glow sticks for awesome. If you have glow sticks, bring them, but Judy's got us covered if you don't. There will be a light breakfast following the end of services, which should end more or less at 7:15, but we'll all be chill because if it's a little late, that's okay.
We'll end on time, but we're ending on my watch, so. That's the line.
Set to what, like mountain time?
Yeah.
And with that, we will conclude with Kaddish Shalem on page 359.
Yitkadal v'yitkadash Shemei
Amen.
Be'alma nigrat kirotei ve'yamlit malchutei v'chayechon u've'yomechon u'v'chayideko b'et Yisrael b'gala u'b'zman karev u'be'imru. Amen. Yesh me'rava me'ara ta'ulei al-maya Yitbarach ve'yishtabach ve'yitpahar ve'yitromam ve'yitnaser ve'yitadar ve'yitaleh ve'yitalal shemei yekodsha berehu le'ela le'ela mikol berchata v'shirata Josh berchata v'netanata Damiran be'alma ve'imru. Amen. Tikabat zeloton u'ba'uton lechol Yisrael. Kodem abuhon divishmaya ve'imru. Amen. Yeshel amarava
invite you to stand for one final blessing. Uchabrichu, Holy One of Blessing, I pray that on this Yom Kippurim, this day of at-one-ment, we find a way to embrace all of ourselves, the parts we're proud of, the parts we display, the parts we put on Facebook, and the parts that are hard, the parts and the hearts that are painful, that we prefer to keep hidden, to live a life of oneness, to live a life of wholeness, to live a life worthy of a God of whom we say, Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. May we come to work on the places where we need work, be proud of the places where we are proud, and love and embrace all of our hearts, warts and all, our hearts, our friends' hearts, our families' hearts. And let us say, Amen. Gemar Tov. 6:00.